It's part two of trying to set this guitar up. And I've added the expect everything to go wrong because that seems to have been become a theme with this channel, where everything I go to do that should be like 15 minutes ends up being a couple of hours. So yeah, expect things to go wrong, and you won't be disappointed if they do. So I just put this together pretty recently. It's an 80s, mid 80s probably, Focus 2000 body. Uh, I don't know what vintage Kramer bred a special neck. I only know that it's maple. I got it off of eBay. I didn't realize it at the time, but it was one that had been broken. The headstock had broken. Somebody repaired it. I was just so happy to see one because I wanted to try one of these necks out that I just fucking hit bid, and it wasn't until I got it and like looked at the headstock you could see the line, and I was like, "What the fuck, has this been broken?" And I looked back at the thing and it said repaired, a little asterisk. I'm like, "Oh, okay, yeah." And I was like, if they repaired it well, then it's all that really matters. Yeah, part of the reason I built this guitar is because I have Kramer bred a vintage, and I really don't like the neck. I don't suppose there's nothing really wrong with it per se, but it to me has more of a wider curvature. It reminds me more of a shallow U than a shallow C, which I'm used to necks that were very similar to the 80s Kramers, at least the Strikers and Focuses. I never actually tried an 80s Beretta. Nobody had one around where I was back in the 80s, or since then for that matter. So I don't know what the actual Berettas at the time, what neck they had, but I heard these had a shallower C profile, and so I wanted, well, the specials. I wanted to try one of the necks, and I needed a guitar to put it on, and so I got this body. This is I believe it's from a 2000s Kramer Pacer special. And this is a Seymour Duncan Custom CTS pot. And there's a Mojo Tone treble bleed in there. But oh yeah, best life hack for this neck: get a Scotch-Brite pad, wherever mine is. A Scotch-Brite pad, cup it around the neck. Takes off some of that. There's like a plasticky coating they put on there that makes it feel kind of artificial. And it gives you back that nice pool cue-ish feel. The dust acts kind of like talcum powder on a pool cue. I like this neck. I haven't taken a micrometer to it. I suspect it's a little deeper than like a Focus neck. I fully shielded this and everything. I wanted it to be quiet as far as noise goes, but been a bit disappointed with the custom. I was kind of expecting it to have a bit more gain and drive or something. I don't know. And I don't know how much of it is a guitar or the pickup or anything, because just put this together and I've never had it with any other pickups or anything. I did it after looking up some specs and stuff in anticipation of setting the guitar up and to see if I can maybe find some answers to what was wrong. It appears that I've got the pickup way too low, and that may be the whole problem. I don't know. Couldn't remember the chords. Don't seem to have any problem sustaining, but I like this sound, but usually I kind of think that is more like what I would expect from like backed off to 8 or something. Not full volume. That seems like that should be more like. Seems like that ought to be the gain I get about here. Of course, I've been playing on vintage that has a JB for a while. Maybe a harder pickup. I don't really know. My impression of the custom is, based solely on virtually no research or anything. So, whether or not it reaches my expectations, well, I don't know why I had the particular expectations I had. So it may be my fault for expecting it to be something that wasn't. I don't know. Let's try and find out. So when last I messed with this, Reddit said to do the train. So truss rod, relief, A, TRA. What's A? Action. Guess it's time to try and take our action. All right. I've always set up my own guitars. So I've done it tons of times over the years. But never so often or so regularly that I like memorized any of the settings or anything. When I first started doing it, El Monterey green chili burrito, very tasty with a bit of kosher salt. Sorry, I haven't eaten. When I first did it, there was no internet. And mostly what I had was memories of the piece of paper that came with my first full-size guitar. It told some of the basics of how to set things up. And I wish I still had that, because I really liked the way I got it set up using those instructions a million years ago. Like they were like 2 picks here is a great thing. And where's that? And then, gathered little bits and pieces here and there of information. And a lot of trial and error. In my browser. Nowadays, it's a lot easier to go looking for this kind of info, which is great. A million videos too. And I might do a better job if I was watching a video and doing it, but just felt like doing it this way. And find a little encouragement and motivation in sharing it with others, even if I'm not doing the best job. Oh, no, it was tune relief, not trust on relief. Tune then relief, because we don't want to or rather we always want to have oh wait, la 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 la, okay, make sure the mic worked. Always want to change our settings with it in tune. See if we're close enough for rock and roll. Oh. This tuner gets very twitchy with gain, so I had to go switch that off. Oh, a little high today, eh? A lot of temperature fluctuations here, so The instrument tends to stay in tune with itself pretty good, but the whole thing will tend to tighten up and loosen up. Try that. This tuning program is quite finicky. It's a bit hard to please sometimes. A lot of these notes would have registered green as in tune on like my little vibration tuner that goes on the headstock. That one's very good for tuning. The instrument always sounds great every time I use it. But I'm going to be doing things like intonation and stuff. I don't want that to be as accurate as possible. And all of these would have probably registered as okay, like 2 minutes ago. Whereas by this meter, they were obviously a little off. Not enough that you'd notice it while playing or anything. And in general, not enough to matter. But again, we want it to be as accurate as possible when we do the setup. The better you have it set up, the more room you have later on for things to get a little bit either way. Everything is always a balance with an instrument like this, and you want to try to get it, at the balance point. Over time, it may go one way or the other. You might have to bring it back a little bit more in line. But if you start out with it off kilter, it's just gonna get worse. It doesn't generally magically get better, so. Tuned. Something that really annoys me. This said online it was a 12-inch radius, and I bought a 12-inch nut, 12-inch radius nut. People that are used to Floyd Rose's, a lot of them say that all the nuts are 10-inch radius, but apparently at some point they started changing those things a little bit. And On the 1000 or special series version of the R3 nut, it's supposed to be for 12-inch radius. Oh, there's a thing in my way. Get that out of the way. Nut number 3, 12-inch. And going off of the 12-inch thingy bob here, it seems to be 12-inch. The neck here seems to be 12-inch. If I put the 10-inch radius gauge on there, I can see light under the middle. But if I go up here to the first fret, that seems to be 10-inch. Which suggests that this is really a compound radius. If not on the fretboard itself, then on the frets. And that makes it a little bit, caused me some problems when I was trying to set the string height at the first fret, because I'm used to going by the outer 2 strings compared to the frets. And yeah. Get those where you want them. Usually the higher ones, I mean the middle ones, are usually a little bit higher anyway. So, and you can't easily slot the nut. So, you know, you kind of expect there to be those to be a little bit higher than optimal. But in this case, I went down to having things right for the outer E strings, and the center 2 strings were literally on the fret, on fret 1. So I had to, after de-shimming a ways, I had to re-shim a ways. We still ended up lower, but now the inner 2 are fine, but the outer 2 are, especially on the low E, are higher than I'm happy with, really. About twice as high as what would be optimal. So I might look around and see if I've got a 10-inch radius nut. See if that works better. But we'll see how that goes. Anyway, that was one of the reasons what I thought was going to be a quick video last time ended up being a very long and dissatisfying video. Okay. It's a good idea to give yourself room when you work on a project, time-wise, because there's always a chance things will go south. And if you have to get everything out like I do to do something, then you really want to get it done in one shot. So you leave it out, wife trips over things, cats knock shit over, friends decide to come over, see your messy stuff everywhere. Let me look at. String action at 12th fret. Electric guitar. Our Baroque thingy bop. Excuse me. If it ain't Baroque, don't fix it. Why don't you focus? Focus. Oh well. It's something I learned immediately after getting one of these cool, highly recommended kinds of gauges that are like polished metal with black print. Is that, especially if you do a nice mirror finish on your frets, all those fucking lines become invisible as soon as you get some light on them. Just all reflects with the light and plays off of each other. Give me a mess. Turn on my fan because that green chili burrito warming me up a little. It's somewhat freezing in here. My hands are freezing. I usually do best at around 65 degrees, which means probably more like 62 or less in here. At the moment. These videos aren't just a tutorial, but as a personal recommendation, if you're going to do work on your own guitar, a headlight is extremely handy, and a pair of magnifying glasses. The older you get, the more important these become. Even if your vision's pretty good, it's just eyes don't work as good. I swear, when I was a kid, like, I'd find bugs and stuff and see the most intricate details on them. Now it's like just a black spot. Okay. So this says electric guitar, 6-string action at 12th fret. 1.5 to 2.0 millimeters. At the first fret, 1.0 to 1.5. That's pretty freaking small. See, out of curiosity, what the 6th string is at on here. Well, actually doesn't look too bad. It's under 1. Oh, first string, not first fret. Oops. I was wondering why I didn't notice that last night. Because that's not what it is. Too cold. Oh, what I'm actually supposed to be saying is 1.0 to 1.5 on the first string, i.e. 1.5 to 2 on the 6th string. I'm gonna support the neck by off of the body for this. I don't want to add any artificial bend. 1.5 to 2 and 1 to 1.5. 1.5 to 2. Find the damn thing. Ah, crap. talk strings like 1 to 1.5. And that is apparently exactly where things are. Well, I guess I knew nothing. I can check and see what they are at the middle strings. Let's see, 1.0 to 1.5. Oh. So I could probably drop my high end just a little bit. Let me see where I'm at here. It'd be nice if I had something that was exactly the height of, say, 3 medium guitar picks. Very slightest back tilt, but yeah, that's just about it. Tremolo right now is almost dead level. Both forward to back and side to side. I like to keep it pretty level. You're supposed to have it running level this direction. I don't know about side to side, but yeah. You've got a blade in a slot. The blade has a narrow angle and your slot has a wide angle. But the line going this way, there's one on both sides too, where the top and bottom of this slot meet. So if you go and start really tilting it, you're going to end up so that the center line of your blade and the center line of your slot isn't, meeting exactly the same. So there's going to be, an amount of wiggle room probably in there, but ideally you would have it dead even. And one option I have, if I wanted to, I could do very thin shims under like maybe the first 2 saddles and then lower both these an equal amount. Try to keep this bottom plate level with the studs. And I think if I wasn't in a bit of a hurry, that's what I'd do. Put this on because I screwed up my wrist and I really need to keep it on as much as possible. Right, partway through the building of this, I think when I was just about done, I messed up my wrist. So yeah, kind of irony of spending years getting ready to do this project, and then once it was pretty much done, messing up my wrist, so I couldn't really take full advantage of it. Okay, where did my Baroque gauge go? Let's find millimeters again. What thread is at 1.5? Theoretically, I could drop that to 1. Let's see this. Probably my biggest worry should be this string here, because that's the one that'll start grounding out first if I lower the nut due to the mismatch. So it's 1.5 off. This is 1.5 off. This is everything's 1.5 off. Let me check something here. I think I actually have a package of shims that are specifically for Floyd Rose saddles. This is actually the nut that I was looking for last night. Couldn't find. I think that's not from my old main guitar. There's a 1000 series R2 nut. R2, R not. Well, WTF. Maybe they're back here. Pulled a lot of stuff out to work on this project. So everything kind of piled up. I'll put these away. Oh-de-do-de-do-de-do. I know I've had them out since since starting this project. Well, I found some shims, but not the shims. Jeez, Louise. Why is it so hard to keep track of stuff? I'll look over here one more time. So far, I've gone through this many bags here of stuff that I've used on this project. These are all piled up because, yeah, I've taken the stuff out, used it. But it's in one of these kinds of bags, or they are. Set these over here in case I need some. And check all the baggies in this box. Not there, not there, not there. Another one. Not there. WTF, man. Yeah. Good. I think it's funny because I had actually pretty much talked myself into going ahead and doing it the right way. Which I'm thinking the right way would be to go ahead and shim these 2, maybe 3 up a little high and then drop the whole thing down level a bit, because that would give me the height I wanted on both sides. Oh, I guess we're gonna, well, before I one place they shouldn't be is right behind me, so I have to look behind me. I could cut my own shims, but that seems silly when I actually bought ones to do it. Anyway, before I go on, I want to take these fancy little string gauges and inspect some necks. Oh, this is a Focus 2000. I'm thinking it's probably 86. I can't remember how I came up with that. Research at some point. Sorry, the camera's not seeing a lot of what I'm doing here. I'm just checking this neck all over. Okay, on this neck, it seems like the fret radius is 10, but this neck anyway seems to be, the fretboard seems to be a 12-inch radius. Of course, that may be because I might have sanded down the frets over the years a bit. I mean, yeah, the wood. And the nut does indeed seem to be a 10. I know that was the original nut on that neck. least original since I got it, which I got it used back in early 90s. Now I'm looking at a striker neck. I got off eBay. Its fretboard seems to be 10-inch radius. And its frets seem to be 10-inch radius. This nut, I don't remember where I got it. I can't remember if it came with the neck. I thought the neck was, I think the neck was bare. Yeah, I'd say that's probably a 10-inch nut. Okay. I'd like to know the I'd like to know the C profile, what profile it is, to compare them. I don't know, that might be a project for later. Back to the job at hand. Oh, no, I wanted to check one more guitar. My first full-size guitar, which this is my favorite neck. The Kramer Focus 2000 neck, the one that I had over there, the black one, seemed to be very similar, but maybe a little narrower. But I didn't have any, I don't remember any great problems going from this one to that one. Oh my golly, there's some divots in those frets. Quite fear ever having to refret this neck because it's a ebonol neck. Some sort of composite. On this vintage, I quite like it. There's some other cord effectors. They didn't all have the same neck. You can only see my nut radius here, but obviously that one isn't off of this guitar because this guitar is right here. I mean, the nut for this guitar is right here. And at 12, we're so damn close. Oh man. I actually see a gouge in the fret material there. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is a 12. Fretboard itself seems to be 14. Anyway, HL. This is a Goto or Gota, or however it's pronounced. Could have given me better. I like it. I don't know. It has like just a subtle more roundness or something. It makes it more visually appealing. Now this seems more like a 12-inch radius too. I'll add one more here. That seems like a 12. But it also seems like a 10. I'll look at 12 again. I think this was probably a nut I got from a pawn shop slash music store for a few bucks, pulled off of something. So close. I already know this one should be 10, so I'm going to look at it. Yeah, it's hard to see anything on black chrome. Okay, I think this one actually looks like a 10. Ironically, is the particular one that I don't want on this guitar. Yeah, that I'm pretty sure is a 10. This really does seem to be a 12. What radius is a Goto HL nut? .400 millimeter. That didn't help me. Explanation: HL refers to the Goto locking nut series. Most within this line, GHL1, GHL2, doesn't have a number on it. The wider GHO 400 millimeter radius is almost 16 inch. Narrower FGR series 360 is on 14 inch. Well, I should probably do it. Makes me so happy. So happy to redo stuff I've already done. Especially if I spent an hour or two doing it yesterday. Ah, ah. Don't want to use that one. This one's wrong. This one's black chrome, which I don't really like putting on a dark red guitar. I could use a Kramer over there. That seems damn near like 12 too. That's a fucking 15. That one looked really good, and it's a 15. This is that's nice. So see if this can focus in enough to see that this black screw coming from the back is actually poking through a bit. Just enough that this little curved piece can ride up on it. And since that's all that keeps the pressure on your strings, that will prevent it from going all the way down. So this this lock and this one probably wouldn't matter because these are the thicker strings, but this is a thinner string, and that is going to matter. So it's quite, the most obvious thing would be if somebody didn't have the washer, which in this case would probably be me, since I think this was not a loaded neck. Let's say, oh, that jerk, what an idiot. I imagine I just threw the parts on. So there's no shim on this nut. This nut looks really shallow. Has a simple lock washer. I don't think that's a stock lock washer. Oh, there's two in there. I think it needed a wider washer to sit on. Anyway, to correct that, you would, well, if your nut was shimmed up, it wouldn't be a problem in the first place. And if it was the right height, then adding the washer back here. Okay. Well, I don't want to use this nut because I just looked at that one and its height. This one is massively shallower than that one. I'd need like 1/16 to an 1/8 inch shims, maybe a 1/4 inch. I don't know, it'd be huge. I'm going to put this back and try to remember that it needs more or better washers or a shim. Actually, it looks like it definitely needs a shim. Probably whoever took this apart sold the shims off too. There's a whole market of people that will buy these guitars and instantly tear them apart and sell them on eBay for parts, which then other people will pay a premium for these parts to get them in order to put them back together. Often the same, basically the same guitar. It's generally cheaper to actually just buy the guitar. That screw's a bit gold. But it's only where the gold, where the locking nut is, the lock is rubbed against the threads, so it's not the meat of the threads that down where it matters. Anyway, that was an idea. This was a chrome nut. I could have front mounted it. Actually, no. The more modern nuts have a conical countersink, so you can mount them either way. This does not have any room from the top for a screw head, so that would have been a problem too. As I thought. So the width on this is apparently slightly narrower. See if I think that'll bother me. String spacing is narrower. I don't like that. No. Right radius, but I don't like the spacing. So what I'd rather have is R3 spacing, but 10-inch radius. Why can't we have nice things? They have such an animal. E center to center width. It looks like they don't really make anything that's quite that spec. At least going off of this this modern R3 spec. Ah. Ah. Oh. Oh, I guess we go back to what we were doing. Dun, 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 dun. One, two, six. One, four, oh. One, two, seven. That'll work. Batteries are starting to get low. I'm gonna put these on charge. I just brought a tool out here. Let me go check something. Just the other day, I was over at the house we're moving from and found something very much like this, but it was all black. So it was a little different. I'm considering shimming up those other things. Actually, I don't know that the action's okay there and here. Even more plastic bags. I gotta go to the bathroom, so I'll be back. Okay, I want to see how easy something is. Or how easy it isn't. Gotta find the brass shows again. I don't know how you're supposed to clean these out. The other thing like this that I have has a little groove. So where'd my little hammer go? My little hammer seems to have gone missing. But so let me see. Definitely handy if I had a Floyd saddle. It's loose. Oh look, the Floyd saddle is loose. 2.0. Nope. 2.0 is too small. Really? What the hell, man? Fine on that one. Oops. Now that's way too big because, well, actually can go into there. That's okay. That doesn't come down below the level there. As long as it can't interfere with this going all the way to the bottom, which doesn't seem to. Now I need it. Down a slot. This is about the right size. Can't really show it. Yeah. About the size. So let's see if it works. And not really. At least not without some help. Let's see if I can encourage it. Yeah, that's not going to punch through. I wonder if I had a piece of something malleable on there. Well, that definitely made a thing. Made a freaking dent. Not real happy with it. That's the end result. I would need probably quite a few of these. So in the end, I don't think it'd be worth it. If I had the other thicker shims that are pre-made, that'd be one thing. But I don't want to spend like an hour trying to make those right now. Plus I'd have to re-intonate. Although that wouldn't be too hard on just a couple. It's a shame that the correct parts have gone missing. See if I've got a used bag the right size for that. I did pick up these things, which are theoretically shims that are thicker than that brass material, but they're also magnetic. And it occurred to me after I got them, I don't know what effect adding a magnetic item right next to your pickups would have. Maybe nothing. I don't know. Alright. Let's try one full turn and see where that gets us. Or actually a half turn. Well, before I do that, let's see how the height of the bridge seems to be. Yeah. I was able to scoot 3 picks just underneath it without dragging. Now I hit against. On that side, they still slide under. Have the rock and roll I think I'll turn off the ah. to retune it. Or check the tuning anyway. That's not a B. I don't know why it likes to jump to B. Sympathetic vibration, maybe? Oh, this reminds me. Noticing I didn't have as much gain, but then I remembered I've turned off the gain to get the tuner to work better. Making sure there's actually space there. I don't know how it's going to affect tuning stability to have the bridge lower on one side, but we'll just have to see over time. If I go much further, I'm going to have to readjust some things. It's quite high on this side. I suppose it's at an angle, so maybe it's a bit higher than it was. I think I can go down safely a little bit. Try a quarter turn. It's a lot closer to where the other side is. Once again, I've got a cold ass fan blowing right on us. The floating tremolo, you don't want to put any pressure on these strings to mute them, or else you'll actually be changing the pitch of the string you want to do here. See if I can I don't know if it was obvious when it dropped. Yeah, it drops. Again, these minor variations wouldn't even show up on a regular tuner. So day-to-day playing, I wouldn't be sitting here freaking suffering over whether or not that was hurts off or something. Lowered that down just a hair at the bridge. And now we're a little under 1.5. Apparently when you bend the living crap out of the E, it notices. Put these strings through a lot yesterday. I haven't done a suitable restretcher on them or anything. Don't seem to have too much effect of the mismatch on radii there. And I don't hear anything even when I go clean. It sounds like Alright, now the thing that I've been wanting to get to this whole time, which is pickup height. Our action should be right. Our other stuff should be right. Now for pickup height. To be right, hopefully. You know what? Before I do that, there's my screwdriver. I'm going to take this down on the base side 1/2 turn again. Oop. Actually, no, let's go up a hair. Go 1/4. Nope. Eighth. Slight drag. That's just make it under there without bending the note down. Now I can make it into this side. But a little drag at the front. Alright, let's see if it rattles any. Decided to see if I could go lower on this side in order to get that back to level. That's quite a bit off. Hopefully. Getting close to the point where I need to undo this in order to get my saddles, my fine tuners up higher. And probably also getting close to needing to re-level the bridge with the spring tension. Yeah, having a cold fan blow right on, on your strings is not a great idea if you want maximum tuning stability. Bit of funky shit on there. Get out of there. There we go. All right. I didn't hear any rattly notes. We're down to what is it? Down to about 1 millimeter here, and a little under 1.5 here with this level. So I'm happy with that. Now, I'm not worried about that. I need pickup height. This is one of those things, it's like, when I first got the Kramer Beretta Vintage, it was all messed up. They sent it with the tremolo bar wasn't like installed or in a baggie or anything. It was just like thrown into the box, loose, rattled around, got under the tremolo, put gouges in the paint in a couple of places. The poles were screwed way up, so the whole thing was up here. Every setting that could be off was off. The nut, the screws holding the nut to the neck were loose, so if you pushed down the bar, it would move. It's like, Jesus. So I went on to the Kramer forums, the official ones, for Gibson or whatever, and asked what the setup specs were. I just wanted, a Les Paul goes to the factory. They don't just guess. They're going to have, little rulers to go, okay, we want it this high. It's going to have a spec. I just wanted, the specs for the Kramer. But they're like, can you be more specific? And I was like, the kind of specifications that they would change if you took your guitar into a guitar shop and said, I want a setup done. Like string height at first fret, pickup height, how high is the action, all that stuff. And they're just like, ah. And then all the sites I looked at are like, well, it's really down to your play style and the player, how high they want their pickup. It's like, oh my God, I guess, at the factories, they're just like, just put a pickup close. Oh, I think that's good. They don't start from somewhere. They don't ship their Les Pauls out with pickups screwed all the way down and then go, well, the player's going to go put that where they want. They're going to set it to a spec. That's all I wanted, was a place to start. Because I don't know. I've set up some guitars really freaking awesome. I don't remember what they were at. Back then, a lot of that was pre-internet. I didn't write anything down. I don't remember. It's 30-some years ago. Anyway, yeah, so I did finally find some place. Let me see if I can find it again. That had a number. Uh, uh, Dark with Seymour Duncan Custom. Well, AI maybe is going to help me. This is probably the same AI that told me earlier today, or was it last night, both on my first search, because I was like, this really seems like a compound radius neck. Seems to be 10 up here, 12 down here. So I'm like, is a Kramer special neck a compound radius neck? And it's like, yes. I'm like, okay. And then a little later, I went to verify it, and it said no. I asked the same thing. I had used slightly different words to ask it, but it was the same question. Is it a compound radius? And it said, yes, it's a compound radius neck. And then, no, it's not a compound radius neck. Three 32nds of an inch from the top pole piece to the bottom of the string when held down at the last fret, both E and E. This is the standard recommended starting point for most humbuckers from Seymour Duncan. Okay. So we'll start there. Place that finally gave me a starting place last time suggested you get the bridge where you want it and then adjust to the net pickup until it balances with the bridge, which I was wondering because the volume on the neck pickup is just so much louder. I also noticed that the bridge pickup on these Kramers seems to be closer to the bridge than might be optimal. I don't know. I'm going to have to look into that more. But I thought that might be part of why they tend to sound trebly. Alright. 30 seconds, huh? Or 2.38 millimeters. What was that? So more than 2 millimeters, but less than 3. That's not as close as what I was seeing listed. Oh, now I can find this shit everywhere. Look out for farty low notes. Oh, is that a technical description? Boy, now everything says. I'm just trying to find anything on here that is oh, I can just count 3 of those 30 seconds. Too bad they're in the middle of the freaking thing. I put a different scale here. Some things on this are quite helpful when you can figure them out, but like, it doesn't say what these numbers mean. It doesn't say what these numbers represent. This one says millimeters. Doesn't say what this one means. 0.093. Two millimeters on the treble side. Maybe I can get that. Kind of hard since it's on this end. Oh, where's my light? One, two, three. Mm. 1/16, huh? What's this thing say? One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So that'd be 1/16. See if the thing is looking at the thing. Tighten up. Not quite sure how to apply these numbers. Okay, this actually has 30 seconds on it. 2 30 seconds on the treble side to the pole piece. It says all the pickups. 2 30 seconds on the bass side. No, 3 30 seconds on the bass side. 2 30 seconds on the treble side. Doesn't say the top piece or the bottom piece, but we'll see. So hold down the last fret. Once again, chrome with black letters next to chrome and black. Effectively invisible. I need like another color of light or something. This is about 4 30 seconds. And about more than 3, but actually no, 4. These are higher. Probably the last this one needs is more bass string. That's about 1.5 30 seconds. Okay, 2 30 seconds. 2 30 seconds here. Yeah, there's 2 there, but A little bit tricky on these because I just direct mounted them, and it's just with wood screws, so tends to, when they're put in, go down a little bit and then kind of ride back up a hair. But if you want to go like down, you have to back out until the threads are actually coming up out of the body a little bit, then lift it and screw it down a little bit. Or if you want it to go toward the body, well, I guess toward the body's down, you'd screw it out a little bit and then screw it back in. If you want it to come up, you'd have to screw it out, lift it a hair, then screw it back in. Bit of a process. Two 30 seconds. To be, oh wait, 2 30 seconds. That was a little less than 2 30 seconds. Oh my god, how many messages? Oh my god. 5 attachments. My dad's truck engine sounded like a timing chain. Decided to die right here at my house when we went to start it up and leave. And he took it to a mechanic. The mechanic said he thought it was toast. The truck itself, it's a 2008 Hemi pickup. Bright yellow with black stripes on the back. Pretty nice looking truck. The truck seemed fine except for a little rust over the fender wells. I mean, over the rear fender well. Rear tire well. Now he's looking to see what a replacement engine would cost. Oh, I don't like how much that ate into the tape. Oh, I think I want this to go down just a hair. Or wait, no? That's right at 3 30 seconds. Oh, that's 3 30 seconds. That 2 30 seconds. That should actually come up, maybe. I'm going to leave that one alone. Oh, that's right. I'm not pushing down on the string. Okay, I do want to go back down a little bit. Because I think it's maybe a little too high. So I want it to go down. Ah. Why is it? God damn it. copper tape. Okay. That should be fine. Wait. Actually, that's 3 seconds. God damn it. Oh, I'll leave it there. This one, go down here. Okay. I go down quite a bit. This can go down a little ways. Let's see. So, I mean, it needs to come up. About a 30-second. Ah, damn it. Funny that this one so much closer. not a huge amount of change. Kind of has that same sounded kind of like it was vibrating there, but sounds a little bit like it's vibrating on the fret, but when I go to the top fret, kind of has that sound too. Makes me kind of wonder if the saddles on the special are kind of like pot metal or something. I don't know if this is officially a special or a 1000. Whoa. Often imitated, never duplicated. Okay. Says it's a special. Which it didn't save me any money because ordered it during COVID after supplies lines had gotten crap, so I couldn't get it for a long time. Sweetwater was nice enough to keep pushing for me. I eventually got it. I wanted one of these burnt chrome ones, and they only had it in the special. I didn't really have this guitar in mind. I had I picked up a Kramer Starfighter. I thought I'd make like a sort of like a 5150 replica or tribute or whatever you want to call it. But it seemed like, everybody was making them out of Berettas or Focuses, or on the cheap through maybe out of Strikers. Like nobody's using a Starfighter. So I thought that might be kind of fun. And unlike Strikers, Starfighter seems to be real wood. It's like a couple of pieces, I guess, but not like plywood. Well, let's see if we can do anything about there's only like a 30-second difference or so in the pickup height. I actually screwed the pole pieces down into the pickup a little more because several of them were backed up a bit. But I like the sound better, I think. Hearing more it's actually less quiet of a guitar now, which that's kind of part of what bothered me, is it seemed to go silent so fast. I'm not used to something so quiet. This one picks up more, definitely. Just about out of room on my E. But I pushed down try to get that a little straighter. I don't know why I keep losing my pick. I never used to have that problem. This doesn't usually happen to me. This pickup is angled the wrong way, really. It'd be hard to change that now without bending the tabs. That's a problem. I was going to hit the D tuna and drop down to D, but I've had to screw that down so far because as I was tuning up and up and up today, that now I can't disengage it. So I kind of need take things back a notch. Oh, come on. Come on. Ah, ah. The mouse pad fell off. Ah, ah. All right. Bring that window over where I can see it. I think I just turned that the wrong way. That's awkward. If I knew I was going to be tightening these more and more throughout the day, I would have just done that in the first place. Hindsight is 2020. And I don't have to go a lot down. Let me check this. If it goes much further, I'm going to have to adjust the springs in the back again. In fact, that's about the limit. Still pretty much level. Seems to be holding now. be able to hear it a little better. I should probably cut off the mic to the camera so that I don't pick up the room sound too much. No. Yeah, it's good. I didn't realize I hadn't re-engaged that. I was like, why the hell? Oh well. I like it. It's much more reactive now. I use the screws here to get a little more clarity out of some of the notes. I couldn't hear that note very well, if it was getting lost in the mud, I'd bring it up just a little. One thing I miss is a good uh, resonance boost, which when in the 90s, when I was in a band, I had a separate amp that would run off of a active crossover, separate out the low resonant bass section of the signal, pass that on to a amp that would then run it through a 15-inch carbon speaker. So when you went, it would go, I mean, you'd feel it. Be like, boom, 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 boom. I've seen they've started like adding little cabinets to put under there, but I'd set my 5150 cabinet on top of this 15-inch cabinet that was about that deep. And that carbon bass speaker was a beautiful speaker. I mean, you could play it just as a guitar speaker, and it did highs, it did lows, it did mid-range, it did full range, beautifully, very efficient. It sounded great. It was kind of embarrassing because it would sound better than like a 4x12 cabinet if he played it that way. But I just wanted nice, tight, crisp, clear bass, and it did that very well. And I also had two of these 4x10s. I had a problem trying to get everything out of the guitar that I wanted. I wanted some mid, and I wanted the bass punch, and I wanted highs, but I didn't want mud. And that tended to be what I'd get if I just used a regular guitar amp. So in the end, I was using my effects and EQ looped through the 5150. That would run kind of the mid-range. Then I had the right channel, because that was the left channel. The right channel would take the sound that was already flavored by the 5150, play the right version of the chorus effects and such through what was actually a clean bass head, which I didn't want. Well, a lot of guitar amps by nature have some gain and stuff in them, but I already had gain from the 5150 flavoring the sound of the loop, so I just wanted a clean, amplification on that side. Bass heads weren't great, and I use these 4x10 cabinets that are pretty deep, so they give good bass response and good high ends. So you'd have these nice highs and crunchy lows, and it was all just very warm in the end. And the 4x10s I had are actually Ampeg bass cabinets. They aren't guitar cabinets at all, but they work really great for guitar. Yeah, and then from the right-hand amp, the slave out or preamp out would go down to the crossover that then went to the power of the bass. So I'd get nice punchy lows, I'd get my mid-range, I'd get my highs and lows punching out of these 4x10s, which were just, and it was freaking awesome. You would feel the noise, baby. One of the reasons I had so much trouble was, although I got a 5150, we then got a singer who did all oldies. He was a karaoke guy, but he had a big following. People would hire him and have him come all over the area and sing oldies. And he decided he wanted, why not have a band play along? So we're like, okay. So I had to take a crash course in learning oldies, which was actually kind of an eye opener because although the chords seem simple, a lot of times there'd be like up to 5 guitar layers, sometimes 2 or 3 bass layers. If you actually listen to all the parts, and then you're like, oh shit, how do I fucking try to get all of that onto my guitar? Which in reality you can't. You have to kind of pick and choose. And I didn't know all those chords. You know, I kind of like when I first started trying to play, I got like a Mel Bay's chord book, and it's like, how can I get clean enough to sound? Actually, this sounds better than what I sounded like trying to play those chords. It's like I learned the bar chord. It's like, why the hell do you need anything else? Actually, I started by learning. When I started, I didn't know how to tune a guitar, uh, but I wanted to freaking play. I wanted to make these sounds I heard on the radio that I could like feel. I wanted to make those sounds, so I wanted it so bad. My parents didn't want me to have a guitar, but I, I got a little sneaky. There was when I was in middle school. Every year you could dress up around Halloween, and they gave me like $20 or $25 or something, and I went to Toys R Us for my costume, and there was this plastic, looked like a Fender Electric Red guitar with nylon strings, and I got that and a gorilla mask, and I put on a hat, the gorilla mask, had the guitar, and I said, I'm Motley Monkey. And the parents were like, it sure looks like a guitar. I'm like, yeah, it's part of my costume. But then, so I had a guitar, and of course it was a nylon, basically an acoustic, and that was only so much fun. and, and I didn't know how to tune it, so I would, kind of find a note, like tune it up to a note, random note, and then I'd like try to figure out songs on one string because I didn't know how to tune it. And I'd be like, over and over and over. That's just all I knew. Then I was like, that was really clean though. Like, and I wanted, you know, more. So I got had like a walkie-talkie, big ass walkie-talkie, and I took the microphone speaker out of it, which is about so big, and I cut a hole, like sawed a hole under the strings, and I put that in there. And I wired up the 2 wires to an old phone cord, and then I took an old radio stereo. It was like one of those multi-units that hooks to a like an 8-track and a phono player and all this stuff kind of hooks together, and I like cut out everything that wasn't, amplifying basically the phono circuit, because the phono input that would go to the record player was much louder, much hotter than any of the other inputs. Ripped out the 8-track, just anything that wasn't necessary, and wired this wire to that stereo. And I had amplification, which was kind of a odd, distorted. It was gain. I mean, it was distortion, but it wasn't like nice tube overdrive or something. It was like clipping and distortion, a distorted signal. But I could then go like, had a bit of buzz on and be like, then eventually I figured out that I could tune two of the strings together and it sounded kind of good. So I'd get them to sound good together, and then I'd be like, so even after I found out how to tune a guitar, I was really playing pairs of strings, just pushed down. One way to rock, hey. But later on, somebody showed me the kind of rock bar chord where you take those two notes you got here, you add that. It wasn't really much until much later that I learned that, bands like AC/DC and stuff were really playing those full chords, but they had enough overdrive and everything that it sounded good, and the way they've strum it, and so I actually gradually went back to using more of those chords and stuff. But I was kind of in the middle zone when we went over on these, learning all these oldies. I had to learn, transpose really, like, I don't know, it was like 50. And we had a couple of weeks. I didn't know any of the chords. Those pre-internet days, so I couldn't just look them up. I'd have to go kind of by ear and try to figure out what was going on. Okay, we'll try that again. something like that. Been 30 years. uh, like, you know, wasn't like the original sitting on the dock of the bay, but kind of tried to capture it a bit. And with what I knew, of course. And a lot of them, yeah. But the thing was, I had a 5150 amp, but I needed to be able to go pretty clean and play anything from sitting on the dock of the bay to our own stuff, which was, or like Jimi Hendrix. But anyway, so that's one of the reasons I had to have ended up coming up with that odd amp setup, because I was, you know, I'd also liked Metallica. But my effects processor, a Korg A5, only had like, I think 5 user presets. I got the thing, I took it home, and was like, yay, my first effects processor. Finally gonna have all these effects. And the first thing I found out was my 5150 basically didn't like any of the presets. There was all these presets, all pretty much unusable. It would squall and squeal and go, no preamp distortion allowed. So I'd have to make custom presets that didn't offend it. And I loved the EQ setting in there. The ranges they had were just perfect. But yeah, there was only 5. So I had one that was like kind of general, and one that was kind of had a feedback loop, or where things would start building on their own once you started making noise. Wow, wow. And one that had a heavy flange to be able to do things like chained or unchained. Hey, but that was pretty limited there. So I had to have all the versatility up here to be able to use these 4 or 5 presets, 1 volume knob, and a 3-way selector switch to get this full range of sound. And it's, well, getting into 3 different amps. Really helped with that. Anyway, it's now, people are getting here. It's time to go do the evening things. Thanks to anybody who came by. Take care. Have fun. Good night.